All right. I think I think I've got everything back up and reinitialized and running. It's been one of those. It's been one of those. So streamed 2 nights ago and said I'll be back tomorrow night. And yesterday morning at 8 a.m., we had a bit of a weather bomb go through here. So it was snow and then rain and wind. It's what a lot of meteorologists refer to as a Atlantic deepener, where it hits the cold water and then the pressure drops, so you get much more wind. Anyway, highly technical, don't need to go that far. Anyway, long and short of it was, we didn't get power back until 1 o'clock today. So whatever that works out to, 20, 30 hours without power. Internet lasted until, because I hooked up our generator and powered our system so that I could work, or at least tried to work. The internet went out. There are powered repeaters on poles that have a battery, so that it's basically an uninterruptible power supply, but it's just battery. And when the batteries died, we lost our internet. So that was me until, like I said, 1 o'clock today. And, of course, the computer was running when the power went out. So there was an awful lot of very unhappy software, mostly my streaming kind of software. So, but we're back up and running. Trying to get my cough under control early. And if you'll look here, I am actually in my Redstone testing world. I started this a couple weeks, or about a week after, or maybe 2 weeks after I started my my Forever World. So basically, this all started with this. This was figuring out how to do the redstone for the paper crafter. That's how this started. So this is kind of, well, this spot is 00. That's world spawn. I just wanted to mark it so I could find it. These are just some extra stuffs that I've got here. I needed an anvil because I had to create filters, because there are a couple of different storage systems over here that we're going to go through, and then we're going to get to the sort of the general thrust of what we're doing tonight, which is working on a much improved super smelter. So that's where this started. Basically, what you've got is you've got two inputs. Single input. This is for sugarcane. So sugarcane comes in from your farm, paper comes out. Very straightforward. I think I've got one piece in here. So effectively, and that's the beauty of a redstone world. We've got 64 plus 5. Throw these into the chest, and you're going to see the crafter start ticking. Each tick is a craft. Basically, what's gone on here is this crafter is, because there's effectively these are blocked, but it counts as an item, and there's 8 of them blocked, which means this is emitting through this comparator a signal strength of 8. This has 3 blocked or 6 blocked, and then it's a craft of 3, which is a signal strength of 9. When this hits 9, it overpowers this and sends the pulse into this block, which gets picked up by the redstone, gets driven back into this block, and then powers the crafter and allows it to do the craft. So we now have 2 stacks plus 4. So that's how this works. That's it's relatively simple redstone, but not. Basically, you've got this one. The reason that it's glowing is it's set to subtract mode, which is, this is how it normally would look, which indicates that there's stuff in there. We set it to subtract mode, which means that it needs to overcome. It basically is doing math. So this needs to overpower this in order to send a signal, is basically what it is. Hey, Wiz, how's it going, buddy? I think the chat is you, man. So that's how this works. In subtract mode, it needs to overcome the signal strength generated by here. The other way to do this, if you're resource poor, is use a full composter, because that also has a signal strength of 8. Anyway, that's how this all started. And then this was testing. This is a shulker box autoloader. If I pull this out, you can see that this is full of cobblestone. So if I take this, and you can see there's a shulker input here, there's an item input up here. If I take this, it works at hopper speed, so it takes a while. But if you had this connected up to a cobblestone farm, basically what it's doing, and you can see here, it's very slowly putting cobble through the system. It's actually putting it into, and I can't show you, but it's putting it into this shulker box. When it's full, this comparator will send a signal into this block, which is basically going to pulse the entire system. It drives this piston array and pushes the shulker into this hopper, which stores it down in here. So this is, and there's an equivalent shulker box unloader, which I haven't built in testing yet, but that's basically what it is. So item input, you put your empty shulker boxes in here, and then it filters them through the system. And basically this is a dropper, which shoots it into a dispenser, which shoots them straight up. That's all it does. I say that's all it does, but that's what it does. So you can probably hear this critter over here working. This is a copper golem. Basically what he's doing is when you spawn these guys in, they spawn in with a copper chest. They will search the copper chest looking for items. Or sorry, they will look in the copper chest for items. As soon as they have one, so we'll do this with cobble. You can see that there is 10 in here. I'm going to take 5 out, throw it in here. Now you're going to see what he does is he picks the cobble out and he's going to start searching chests. He always starts with the one closest to him, but he just deposited that into, he's basically inventory matching. So this is a very cheap early game sorting system. So effectively you preload a chest with the items that you want it to be there. This would be an input chest, which is exactly what it sounds like. Items get input here. He searches through. If he cannot find a match, he will deposit it into this chest, which flows into this hopper, which flows into this chest. So this is effectively your overflow or onto your next pod, basically. So this would be the input chest for the next pod of 9. They can only access 10 chests. So this is basically, it's 3 by 3, which is 9 chests. Plus 1 here is 10. So that would be your maximum if you're going to use the new copper golem. So excellent early game storage system. It's relatively cheap. This costs you 1 block of copper or 9 copper. And then you need a carved pumpkin. So you have to find a pumpkin. You need a set of shears. You carve the pumpkin. You slap that on top of the, or anywhere attached to this, and you get the copper golem. So basically what you have to do is you have to build a chute of replaceable material around him to spawn him in. The reason that you've turned this into I've turned it into a path block is you can see the gap there. It's not as tall as the regular blocks, which means he cannot climb out. You don't really need the chain on top, but I put it there anyway. So he's basically trapped in a 1x1 cell. And he has access to 10 chests in total. So 9 storage chests plus the overflow. This is basically repeatable. You would repeat this on and on and on and on, new copper golem, etc. You can put, if you need higher speeds, you can put multiple copper golems into each prison cell. So basic early game, reliable, but you've got basically each chest would have, you can put multiple items in this chest and it will sort it that way, but it's single chest, and once it's full, everything goes into the overflow, which might not be what you want. Traditional vanilla, before the copper golem existed, was this style of storage system. So basically, I want cobble to go into this. Think of these as slices. Each one of these slices is unique. and it's labeled. So this slice would be cobblestone, and you can have this extend down further so you can increase your total storage. So this would be single item storage. So cobblestone, dirt, spruce logs, spruce planks, sticks, spruce sapling, and then an overflow or anything that's not sorted. This works on, you've got an input. It could be a chest. It could be, like we've got here, a bubble elevator into just the hopper, so that you don't have to reach all the way up there to hit the chest. You can put it in at ground level. The elevator takes it up and it goes into the system. So basically, this design is, I believe, Impulse SV. You have to lock the hoppers or your filter items will escape effectively, is what's gone on here. So this torch is locking this, one of these two hoppers, and I can't remember which one it is. I think it's this one. It is. It's this hopper gets locked. So it prevents, puts a redstone signal into this block, which puts it directly into this hopper, which locks it. So you need, in order to turn that torch off, you need a signal strength of 5. Sorry, of 4. 1, 2, of 3. The reason that you don't want it any more than that is you will get spill. So 1, 2, 3, it powers back through and it stays single slice. If this were to go to a power strength of 4, it would spread this way, which would activate this slice. So signal strength of 3 is what you're after. Once it hits 3, this block is powered by the redstone on top, goes through the repeater into this block, turning the torch off, which opens the hopper and allows it to extract items. How do we do that? So you'll notice that this hopper nozzle is pointing into a comparator. That's how we're reading the signal strength. Inside here, we've got 4 items plus 41. That gives us our signal strength of 3, or sorry, of 2. One more item in here, and we will hit 3, and it will unlock the hopper. So basically, the only thing that can come into this, you'll notice that these are iron nuggets that I've renamed in the anvil that was back across the way as filter. There's never going to be these go through the system. So because of that, you can't mess up the filters. And then if I drop cobblestone into the input chest, so I'll take all 13 out, put them in the input chest. Basically what happens is it flows across. If it gets a match, it unlocks and sends it down into that slice. So that's effectively what it's doing. If it reaches the end and it hasn't been sorted, it goes into the overflow. So you'll see that torch went out. We've got items going in. Torch just lit back up. All 13 items went into this slice. So it happens relatively quickly. So this is very reliable, but you end up with single item storage or bulk storage in these slices. It's quick, it's reliable, it works really well. It's not to be overlooked for your bulk storage. Now that we've got a copper golem, like I said, this is your base level storage. Basically, once you fill these chests, it's full. So how can we increase storage? Well, you do need a little bit of redstone. So this is your input chest right here. I've also put a bubble elevator right here so that I can input things at ground level. So basically, I put them in here. They go into this hopper, into the dropper. Because there's items now in here, the comparator reads the signal chain or strength change, and send. This is basically it's a clock is basically what it is. Because you'll notice this redstone feeds back into the comparator, which means this cycles, and it also feeds into this target block, which powers the dropper. Once there's no more items in the dropper, the system shuts off. So this is a smart redstone clock, basically. So, for example, this slice, the way I've got this set up, is basically bulk storage, but done by the copper golem, so it's not nearly as quick. If I were to take these 43 items out, throw them into the input chest, you'll see the clock is ticking. We got items flowing up into the hopper, and the copper golem goes to work. Now, what he does is these are the filter chests, and I'll get to that in just a second. And there is redstone in behind it that is slightly different, but same idea as this one. So all of the items are in the input chest. He can only move 16 at a time, so he's doing his thing. Input chest is now empty. He's dropping it in. He always checks the one he's closest to, it seems. And there it is. So our 43 items are now back in this chest. So it's quick enough. If you come back from a mining session, basically what I would do is put this for my bulk storage and then this for my multi-item storage. And I'll get to that in just a second. Right on. I will be here. The way I've got this set up in testing is the first 3 are bulk storage. So cobblestone only, dirt, stone, and then these, I'm just using the new, God, what are they called? Shelves to hold some items just so that I can see at a glance what's in here rather than having a label. So this one stores logs. So basically I could put all of my logs into here. All I have to do is add them to the filter as I get them. Katie, how you doing? And it's meat, not dad, meat. As in meathead. So this one stores oak logs. This one stores planks and slabs. So it's got the 3 types of stuff that I loaded in, plus all of the slabs that I would have access to. This one stores stairs, sticks, and saplings. So you can see here that it's got a lot more different stuff. And these are all multi-item storage, basically. So basically, this one, you need this to produce a signal strength of a total of 2 instead of 3. Similar idea. This time you're locking the hopper directly under a chest. Papa Meat it is. It's like Papa Roach, only different. So the way this guy works is he needs to see an item and then he will store it. So what we've done here is you need a stack plus 35 of something. I used, again, iron blocks, renamed it a filter because there's no way those are going through the system. And then you fill every other space with a single item of the things that you want this to store. So it's all cobblestone. This one is all dirt. This one is all stone. This one is combinations of, and you could put single items and then just, whatever you have the most of to fill it all up. So if I got pale oak as an example, all I'd have to do is pull out 1 spruce log and throw in 1 pale oak log, using that as an example. So it's very easy to reconfigure. Same thing with this one. It's got basically all of the slabs, and then I threw in oak planks to fill it up. You always have to leave this one open. Cuds, what's going on, man? And again, this one is your full stack plus 35 plus the items you want. And then I also wanted sticks in here, so I just finished it off with sticks. So this could be extended. Again, he has access to 10 chests, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the overflow chest. So basically what we've got here is we've got the I would probably use a bubble elevator coming out the other end to bring it back up to this level for the next pod. So this would shoot into basically recreate what we've got going on here. But this, again, is not filtered, so anything that he can't find space for goes into here. This is your overflow / onto the next storage pod. And again, what I would do is if I was building an entire room of this, it would be all the way around the room, and the last slice would be overflow rather than the next pod, because again, I can only do this 9 wide. I've done 6 here, but you get the idea. Hey, Thorn, what's going on? So that's basically how this one works. And again, Thorn, if you want to see how these 3 different types of storage systems work, you can hit replay, or just I'll be building some of these as the season progresses. But this stream number is going to have all of that stuff in it. So bubble elevator, how does it work? So if you put a full source block column of water on soul sand, it will go up. Things will go up. So again, if I pull a couple pieces of cobble out, throw them into this chest, they're going to get dispensed into the water, and you can see they go up. This top one is also a source block, which means it flows this way, and then goes into the hopper system, goes into his input chest. He does his sorting mechanic, dumps them into the chest, and they are back. So quick enough. This is quicker for bulk storage, but this is wicked for multi-item storage. You're limited to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9, 9, 18 plus 7 is 25 items. So you can store up to 25 items in each slice, which is very, very cool. Nice. Awesome, dude. So the reason for the bubble elevator is it just allows access at ground level to something that's elevated, because you can build this slice as high as you can reach, basically. Because basically the way hoppers work is hoppers both push and pull. So you can see this hopper is flowing down into this one. So this hopper is going to pull from the inventory above it, and this one's going to push. So initially you're going to get double. Then what happens is this is pointing into the chest, but this hopper is pulling from its inventory, so it actually gets pulled down. It hits the bottom, it has nowhere else to go, so it pulls from here into here, and then it goes into this chest. Once this hopper is full, things will get deposited in here. Once this part of the slice is full, it will get deposited in here, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the highest you can reach is 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you can reach, you can reach 6 high. So the tallest I would build this would be 6. Oh my God, you have no idea. Like, it was like we were 30 hours in basically before the power came back, which it sucked major ass. Plus, after the batteries on the poles died, we lost internet as well. So that definitely sucked. So this is ultimately, these 2 builds are how I'm going to build my storage. I'm going to use this design for bulk storage. So things like cobblestone, dirt. Cobblestone and dirt are going to be my big ones. Might do this for rockets as well, because I've got a rocket factory started. So things that I think I'm going to need a lot of, I'll probably do a slice of big items. And then after things get sorted into here, they will flow into the multi-item storage. And each thing will be themed. So as an example, I'm using these as examples, but all my logs will be in one. All my planks and slabs and shit like that will be in another one. All my redstone components will be in one. That would probably be the first slice right after my bulk storage. So, and the whole thing will be fed from a chest that's easily accessible. Or, if I've got a farm over here, I could have it accessing this chest and then flowing up into the system, as an example. So that ultimately is how I'm going to build out my storage once I get to it. But I need a better super smelter. So in the description is the guy that came up with this. I don't know if it's 100% original, but I'm going to be building this tonight, not in creative. So basically what you've got here is, this is going to be your control area where you've got fuel, so coal or charcoal, anything you need smelting, so your input, and then the output is here basically. So you can see it during testing. I did some of this. So this is much more advanced, but not and bigger. It's 16 hoppers, or 16 16 furnaces, which is a nice number. Easy math for when you're chucking things through the system. More powered rails, but basically the way he has set this up Hey, what's going on, Garrick? These rest against these trap doors, and the way the whole system works is when they've got a load of 16 items, it sends this pulse through the system, moves the trap door, and off they go. The issue with, or not an issue, but one thing to bear in mind is the fuel side or the charcoal side. If this hopper minecart is full, it will run continuously. Or even if it's got one item in it, it will run continuously. So I would recommend if you build this, keep an eye on your hoppers, keep an eye on your fuel state, and only add fuel to the system when it can be used effectively. So with 16 of these, that would be a stack? No. Anyway, now I got to know. Calculator. Because math is hard when you're tired. So 64 divided by 16 is 4. So when each one is missing 4, you could put a stack into the system and it will fill it and you're good. So that's basically it. So effectively the way this part of the system works, and this is identical to this, that's just for different things. So you're using hopper minecarts because hopper minecarts work at 4 times normal hopper speed. So they will pull items in very quickly. You've got a comparator next to this. As soon as the first item goes in, it sends a signal. These are repeaters set to 4 ticks. So it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. So it's a little over, it's a 1.1 seconds, I think, in total. There's 20 ticks. 1.1 seconds. There's 20 ticks per second. Work. Nice. Anyway, when the power from this pulse reaches here, it goes into the target block and opens the trapdoor, which releases this, sends it on its way. The way this is set speed-wise is it will put exactly one item into each of these on its way through its pass. So each pass will dump 2 items into every furnace, basically, because it's gonna I think it only loads 16, or does it load 30? I don't remember. It either loads 16 or 32. We can check. So if I put a stack in the input chest, we should end up with, you can see each furnace in the array lighting, goes back, and there are 2 items. Yeah, so it loads 32 at a time. That's the way this is timed. He did all of the math on this, and then you can see I've got a bubble elevator that takes it right back up here and dumps it in here. So that was the first craft. So you get 16 at a stretch. You can hear the clicking. That's basically the dropper down below. And there's my 32 items smelted that quickly. So do it again. And that's how the system works. It's a little bit fuel inefficient, where you're basically, the way I would do this is with 16 hoppers, I would want 4 stacks of whatever before I started smelting, because that will use 4 stacks or 8 stacks. 8 stacks. You would want 8 stacks of something, because hang on, you want 8 in total. Two stacks. So it basically is, anytime I've got 2 stacks of something, this will use exactly 1 coal or 1 charcoal. So just to increase resource effectiveness, basically. Once you get to end game, and you've got the farms that give you unlimited coal, it's not a concern anymore. But early game, you definitely want to be a little bit resource careful. So to power these rails, you put down a block and then a torch, and that will power both. It doesn't matter where this block goes or where the torch goes, as long as all of the rails are powered. And basically, you've got 7 powered, 4 unpowered, and then the remainder of that run is powered until you get right there. And then that rail is this guy. It is a detector rail. So that's how the pulse is coming back out. It's detecting how much is in this hopper. So slightly more complex than the system that I built originally, but way more effective. So I'm going to be building this tonight. So I may have to come back here to check the layout. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot because it's just the redstone. All right. So that's basically where we're at. So I'm going to park myself back at the start of the world here. Save and quit. By the way, if you see a whole bunch of command line stuff as I'm doing things, it was all from the redstone testing world. Because cheats are enabled there because it's in creative mode. And I keep forgetting. I can't wait until I have a second PC. But I got to save for another probably 3 months to get the system that I want to get. Maybe slightly longer. But anyway, with a second PC, that the lag created by reloading a world wouldn't cause the stream to go down. It would just take a little bit of time. So forget what I was saying when I recognized or when I saw that the stream had frozen up. But basically, all of the stuff that's on the command line were things that I was doing in the creative world. So basically, this is I didn't want it to ever rain. I needed to change anyway. I set the weather to clear. I set the time in there to day. It's noon all day long. So yeah, low to no mods. Basically, what I've got is so bomb is it's an API. So it is required to run some of these. I can bottle my XP, which just, if I know, for example, that I'm going to need, I don't really need that mod because I've got villagers now. But basically, if you've got 15 levels, you can store those in XP bottles, basically. So that is definitely something that is great early game, not as required later game. Clumps, when all the XP orbs go into the world, they create a clump of those, which reduces lag. Collective is an API. Common networking is an API. Forge is the API for Forge itself. FPS Reducer, basically, if I go AFK, or if I'm at an AFK farm, it idles its frame rate. It reduces the frame rate in that chunk, which reduces lag on the system. So that's what this is here for. Got FreeCam in here, Graves, which is it's a gravestone mod. This, when I launch everything, it hides the experimental warning and just allows you to launch the game. Inventory Essentials allows you to scroll stuff in and out of inventories. JourneyMap, the JourneyMap API, that's an API. That's the game itself. Most tweaks, I don't remember what that gives me. And then the Resource Gamma utility allows me to hit the H key and go Fullbright, basically. So I can toggle that. So if I'm in an area it goes night and I need to get back, I can do that so that, or if I'm in an area that's dimly lit, I can light it up enough so that we can see on the stream what's going on. The FreeCam is very cool because it is exactly that. It's basically, without going into spectate mode, it gives you spectate mode. So there's not really a whole lot that's changed in here. I think I showed you this last time. I just finally built a fireplace just because. Don't really need it. This is my storage system such that it is. On the last stream, and that's the other thing is, I got killed by the Ender Dragon quite spectacularly. You can see in the counter, I've died 4 times, twice in one episode the last time I streamed. Which I'll admit pissed me off. So I geared back up that night, and then the next morning went in and killed the Ender Dragon. He pounded me twice, but didn't knock me off the island. That's how I died the first time. He punched me, went off the island into the void, dead. So it was great time. Debatable. Anyway, and then like a numpty, I went back in to see if I could get my stuff back and basically had to fling myself off the void. In hindsight, I should never have put the bed at the in the stronghold. I should have left it here so that when I respawned, I came right back here. Because then my gear is here, and if I have to do a gravestone run, I got all my stuff here. I'm home. So anyway, killed him, teleported out with an ender pearl to the outer islands, and then bridged my way around until I found an end city. So I do have an elytra. I also got two ender chests, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I had enough materials to make 8 shulker boxes. So that has been some of the stuff that I've been doing over the last couple, or until my power quit, basically. And then today, I called my boss and said, I can't work. I couldn't work yesterday. I can't work today. So when the power came back, that's when I started tweaking stuff in my that I knew I wanted to do tonight. You could see it, but what was interesting is by the time I got back to it the next day, later that night, I threw down a water bucket, went down, and it was gone. So went back up the water stream. Basically, at that point, logged out of the game because I knew I didn't have time to do it. When I logged back in, I'm right there in the fight, and off I went to the races. So there's not really, if I go into FreeCam, you guys can see that I've torn apart my super smelter. There really hasn't been any changes here. I've started clearing out some of the houses that I have no intention of using. So the houses that were here are now gone. This is I think this was here the last time. So that is a cobblestone. Yeah, I think it's either same session or there's a time limit. I think it's same session. I think once you log out, it's gone. So, cobblestone factory. This is a honeycomb factory, which was here. This is the sugarcane farm, which was here. This is new, and this was my first dabbling with these little bastards. So basically, what this does, I'm just going to exit FreeCam mode. And I'll show you this real quick before the sun goes down, and then we will go show you the other thing that I have built. So basically what this does, I'm not in creative. The redstone's hidden in behind, and I will actually, you know what? I'm going to go sleep, and then I'll show you. I'll dig my way in, and we'll show you what's in there. Because the way I've set it up is the problem with rocket crafting is if the crafter itself empties, it breaks basically. So I set up safeties when the hopper feeding the crafter empties, it shuts the system off, and it works for both of them. So if I run out of paper or I run out of gunpowder, the system shuts off. And the reason that I put the wall around it and built a building around it was, one, to a little bit of creeper proofing, because creepers are a friggin' pain in the ass. I don't need these anymore. I needed these here to get these little bastards back on top. So basically, the crafter itself is right here. So what triggers the crafter itself, this should look, where is it now? The crafter itself, this is very similar clock to what we had on the other side. Where the hell is no, it's over here. My bad. It's a dual crafter setup. I just don't know where everything is because I hid it all. Effectively, I'm going to have to go back outside. One crafter there. The other crafter, I think, I don't remember. I truly don't remember. I don't remember. And I'm not going to rip this apart, but basically, no, I didn't use, okay, my bad. I didn't use the same setup as this, where I've got the second crafter with this in negative. I used a clock so that it just fires a pulse. That's why I needed the safeties. So when this empties, it sends a pulse out to this, which will turn this torch on, because right now it's sending a redstone signal out, which means it deactivates this torch. When this torch clicks on, it sends that redstone pulse into this block, which basically fully powers the crafter, because the crafter crafts when it pulses. It fully powers it, which effectively shuts it off. And then I've got the same thing on this side. It's slightly more complex because it's a longer path. But when this hopper empties, I need it when it hits 1, it's only got a very, very low signal strength. So you send it into a repeater, which puts it up to a full signal strength of 15. You got a redstone path that goes all the way over here into this block, turns this torch off, and this is the exact same thing, just in a slightly different place. But it sends a full pulse in to this block, which is effectively the same as flicking this lever. So that's the redstone that's all hidden in the back, which basically is just safeties. The crafting recipe itself is dead simple. It's just gunpowder and paper. And as long as it's supplied with both, basically what happens is, if I was to run this dry of, say, gunpowder, this slot would fill with paper, and then it's broken. It won't craft anymore until you fix it, which is a pain in the ass. So basically I set these up so that it just does its thing. As I get paper from here, I could manually do this, but I was just playing around. Chuck it in here. There's 2 golems doing exactly the same thing. They go in, they find the paper, they look in one chest, realize it's not there. They look in that chest, and that's where they put it. Oh, they're very cute. So if I put paper or gunpowder in here, they can see this chest, they can see that chest. This isn't going to stay. I'm going to figure out a way to automatically load this without golems. But for now, it was just messing around with it. So in order to turn this on, flick this lever, and you can see that the clock is now pulsing that crafter, and it's crafting rockets for me. Flick the lever, it does its thing. If I run out of gunpowder, which I'm going to run out of first, it will shut the system off automatically. And you can see that here. If I don't know if I've got enough storage space, but if I empty this for all but, say, half of one stack, when this hits 0, you're going to see the crafter stop pulsing. And there's a little bit of a lag, so it's actually going to use 1 from the crafter. And it just shut itself off. Flick the lever down. If I look at the crafter, you can see there's 63. So fill that back up. I could let these little bastards do their job, but it's just as easy for me to do it. Probably. I don't know what that is, but sure. I would love it. And it's labeled with picture frames so you can see what goes where. Not really required for with the copper golems here. And of course, now I can't reach it. Yeah, well, it's gone. Anyway, see if I can get the other one. Oh, I didn't mean to punch him. Oopsie. Don't really need them, but they don't need to be there. Wonder if I can get them from in behind. Yep. So we'll give them something to do. So they've got paper, they've got gunpowder. The problem with this system is there's nowhere, well, I mean, if they don't find a match, they could probably store it. No, they've got nowhere to store it. They would just get confused. So that is the problem with this. And like I said, they're not staying, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. So the other thing that we've got in this world, like I said, we've got elytra. So I built a mob farm. That's how I got all the gunpowder over by the portal. I wanted a relatively flat area, which is the reason that I built it over here. Problem with where my base is, first and foremost, it's snowing. Secondly, it's very, very hilly and mountainous, so I needed a flat area. So this should render in here shortly. Oops, ran into the wall. So this is a very basic farm. It's single level water supply in the cross, if you will. There are actually, I'll show it to you. There are trap doors. Roof's lit up. The reason for the carpets is so that spiders don't spawn in here because they can gum the system up. But mobs see the trap door. They don't know that they're open, so they think that that is solid. So they walk into the water stream, hit the center, fall down. It's a 21 block drop, so they're basically at 1 health. So it's a single hit of the sword and they're dead. Because this is also an XP farm. So with these guys here, this one has taken a little bit of damage. Now let's do the sword first. No, yeah, we'll do the sword first. Don't need to do the sword because it will take care of itself. So just like that, everything's repaired. Got a whole bunch of levels. Got some arrows and some gunpowder. That quick. So, yeah, very simple system. It's not ultimately what I want. I want to build the one like was in my last world. Okay, sounds good. I will have a look at that, Thorn. But yeah, mob farms are exactly that. I needed an XP farm and I needed a source of gunpowder, so this got 2 birds stoned at once. I'm not keeping the junk items, so I just throw them off the edge because I'm never going down there, so they will be there when I get there. I'm going to leave these here for now, take everything else back with me. So that's all the foolishness I've gotten into since my last stream. Oh, I also went, I think oops, over here. Got to remember to do that when I get back. Keep firing rockets for no good reason. So on the map, you see where there was the bamboo jungle. I went over and visited it, got some bamboo, grew a set, so to speak. So I do have a supply of bamboo now. The nice thing about using bamboo, and we're going to have to come back to this in just a second, is you can, because it grows so fast and gives you so much, you can use that to craft your planks, which once you have planks, you can make chests. So I can make chests now out of bamboo. So I'll show you guys that real quick. This is something they've added to the game fairly recently. So if I think it's this recipe gives you the planks. I can then use the bamboo planks. Maybe not. Maybe I can't. Ah, there it is. So it's blocks of bamboo, turn those into planks. And there's my chests. So this is going to be my storage system ultimately. But you may have noticed that I've got 2 shulker boxes on me. I'm going to get rid of my rotten flesh first. I've increased, or I fleshed out the rest of this line. So I threw in a Fletcher, I threw in a cleric, and a stonemason that are not quite maxed out yet, but this is just I can turn, and I'll show you this. This is what I've been doing, is basically turning rotten flesh into emeralds, and then turning the emeralds into redstone. So we got rid of all but 18. Throw them in here, do this. And we're going to need glowstone, so we'll do that. So what else? May as well get some lapis. So basically, I just turned, all that stack of rotten flesh into useful items. I do have a little bit more in here, or this is where I'm keeping it. These are all my trades, basically. That one. Okay, so bear with me for just 1 second. I do have to run to the washroom. I'm rapidly losing the ability to concentrate. So 1 or 2 minutes, and I will be right back. All right, we're back. So the two shulker boxes, I'm just going to chuck them up on the wall. This one is full of charcoal, so that is going to power our system. This one is everything that we're going to need to build the super smelter. So hoppers, glass, powered rails, building materials, furnaces themselves, some stairs. Basically, it's everything. I threw some scaffolding in here in case I need it, and on we go. So what I'm thinking for now is I'd like to just come out here and have my super smelter interface right here. So we're going to clear out an area. I think I have to go down 3 levels, and we need to go up slightly. So this is ultimately where we're going to put it. So we'll go one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think I need 6. So if we're 6, we're at 2, yeah. So the chests are going to go here. May as well put those down now. I'm going to try and keep this a little bit neat. This is all going to get dug out. So the chests themselves. So those are, like I said, the input, fuel, input, output. I don't think I need to go up much. I think it's mostly down. And I think I'm using the wrong shovel. I am. I'm going to grab another double chest just to chuck all this material in while we're digging so that I don't have to keep running back and forth. And I'm going to pop that back in there for now just so that I don't go through it. I don't remember how far off the back I need to go, so we're going to do this in stages. And I'm just going back to his video to see how far off I need to be just to get started. I remember most of it, but not some of the dimensions. Okay. I think it's 4 off that plus 16, so 20. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So basically, I don't need to see the inner workings of the super smelter. I just need the interface. So a lot of this is going to get built out of stone, not smooth stone. That's the reason I'm using the Silk Touch pickaxe now, is so that I can get regular stone instead of cobblestone. So that will ultimately be the back wall for smelters, and then we need 2 more past it. And we're going to need to sleep. So I'm going to do this in stages just so that I don't tear out too much material, because I, like everybody, I suppose, I don't like doing stuff twice, if I can avoid it. Just realized I turned the mini map off for the thumbnail, and then forgot to turn it back on. So we come down to I did an numpty. I'll put this there and this here for now. Did I do that right? No, it's only 3. Don't need that one. And I'm going to need to go down more. So at some point, I am going to have to go get some wither skeleton skulls. And especially when it comes time to build the storage system, I needs a strong word. I want a haste 2 beacon. So I need a 3 wither skeleton skulls to summon the wither. And then I need to kill the wither, which I already know how I'm going to do. And that will give me the beacon that I can use to, or sorry, the, I forget what it's called, but I can make a beacon at that point. And we can get a beacon going. And we're going to put this in inventory for now, and I'm going to scaffold up so I have access to that chest and my way out. Okay, we're good. Okay, so what we want here Yeah. All right, so we need rails, torches. We're still going to need the smooth stone. So we start down at this end. And I need this guy gone temporarily. So, not regular, powered. So we put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then all but 1. And then that's a detector rail. And this is kind of a neat trick. So we're going to, these need to be a little neater, just for vanity. And it's night. Yeah, shulkers you can stick anywhere. Ceiling, wall, floor. No, that should be... All right, so right here, we remove 1, and we're going to remove 1 here as well, and I'll show you why in just a second. We put a single rail here, and it kicks this up on an angle, and then we can break this, and then put it back. This is going to be a detector rail. You bastard. Basically, now we're just matching what's here. I need 2 more powered rails. 1 more powered rail. I miscounted. Whoops. Of course it does that. Which means that this is going to do its funky thing again, so I'm going to grab 2 more rails. As soon as we get this connected, I am going to take a little bit of a station break. I need to use the washroom again, and I need to refill the hopper, so to speak, for wood. All right, that's all connected up. God damn it. Was all connected up. So we will power this up real quick. So somewhere right around here, if I crouch and put a block and then a torch on that block, all of these rails should be powered. They are. Bueno. And we will do the same thing right about here. All the rails are powered. All right. I think that went into that one. It went into a hopper. I can't get out from this side. There it is. All right. I'm going to go park myself inside, and I'm going to put one more there just so that I can pop all the way out without jumping. Yeah, I'm going to go park myself in here for a second, run to the washroom, bring the wood in. So probably 4 or 5 minutes, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Kind of a shitty evening out. It's what I would call lumpy rain out there. So it's +1, 0, somewhere around there. So it looks like snow, but it's rain. So sure, I heard a zombie. It's not even sleet. It's just lumpy rain. So those are all powered. Those are all powered. So that portion is all done. Now we have to build the redstone stuffs. And for that, I did take a screenshot, so I just got to find it. What? I don't care what it is as long as I don't have to shovel it. Okay. So we need those, we need that. And we need all that, we need that. All this stuff is going to get used for the bubble elevator to bring the stuff back up. So right there, we need a comparator facing out. Right there, we need a comparator facing out. And that feeds into a solid block. Just clearing this out in case I need the space. We have 4 of those. Whoop, too far. Chuck it right there. No, target block right there. No. Got it wrong twice. I'm just putting that there so I have something to stand on. All right. So that part is built. This area can get filled in. Now, we need these two free because we're going to build the bubble elevator somewhere over here. Do I still have hoppers? And that's going to be the dispenser facing up. And then this can get filled in. So I think what I'm going to do is what I did on the other one and move that back one. So those can still open. Okay. So I'm going to double check to make sure that this doesn't interfere. But it shouldn't. The only thing I'm going to do for right now is leave this dugout for right now, just so that I can make sure that everything's loading correctly. After that, it doesn't matter. That's where the soul sand is going to go. Oh, that might have to go over one more. In fact, it does. Columns right there. I'm a dummy. Oh, I know what I forgot is kelp. So soul sand goes there. We need the dropper. Using that one, that's a stone block. Facing that way. Comparator. I'm missing a repeater. Kelp. Yeah, I'm missing kelp. Why ain't no work? I might have built the clock wrong. That's not getting any redstone, was it not? The clock part's working. Now, one thing we can try is a target block. I already forget how I built it in my test world. We'll go back and check it in a sec if this doesn't work. Hey, you fucker. It's working. All right. Maybe one glass too many, but whatever. I'm just trying to waterproof all of the redstone. Because there's nothing worse than losing water. That is Silk Touch. because we'll be able to see this. This is a little bit of vanity on my part, but and then this will be smooth stone as well once I get the water in. Actually, that can be, yeah, we'll just let the water flow. All right. Okay, that flows all the way. That needs to get turned into source blocks. I'm going to hang signs there, like I did in the other build. So we need to go down to the water and see if we can get some kelp. Taking that with me. All right. Hey, Terry, what's going on? Oh, when I rebuilt my armor, I ended up putting Respiration 3 on here, so I've got much longer underwater. So Respiration 3, Protection 4, Unbreaking and Mending, Protection 4, Unbreaking and Mending, same here. And with this, I buy them with Feather Falling, and then we put the rest on. Doing better. So my power was out for an extended period of time. That's just all seagrass. That is not kelp. We're going to need to find an ocean. All right. I don't think any of that's ocean. Give me 1 second. I'm going to, well, why run when you can fly? Forgot to get water when I was down there, but that's because I have to use the bathroom. So give me 1 minute. I will be right back. I really have to stop drinking so much water between supper and when I start streaming. All right, so what I'm doing is opening up seed map. And I'll show you what I'm doing. This should pop up. Yeah. So we're 1.21.10. So there was my original spawn. This is the village that we're now occupying. So this is where we currently are, and I need to find ocean. So it's right here. So all we're going to do, that is 0 by 500 is close enough. And just so that I know where I'm going, we'll make a quick waypoint. And it is blue, so we're good. Yeah, it's, let's say ocean. Ocean, okay. So it's basically straight east. I'm going to start experimenting with render distance and see if I can get a little better. Because when I travel like this, nothing's rendering in right away, which is somewhat disconcerting. And there's kelp. Refill the bucket. Oh, and there's packed ice here. That's awesome. We're going to need some of that later. It's probably more than I need, but so basically with the kelp, we can turn all of those water blocks into source water blocks, which is what we need for the bubble elevator. Ah, for fuck's sake. Let's get that covered over before it freezes. And I'm going to replace... Nah, I'm not going to replace anything. I'm going to place the 2 hopper mine carts. We'll do some coal in just a second. What I'm doing right now is I'm just seeing what's in this chest. There's nothing in the chest. So if we put something in here, like 24 kelp, those should be in the chest by the time we get upstairs. Yes. Okay, so that part works. And we'll be able to watch from here. So one of the things that I did or when I was over to the jungle is I found a jungle that had these. I'm just going to steal a couple of these pieces because I'm going to make some signs out of the pale oak because it's nice and white. And we'll cut the rest down later. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Thorn. Yep, exactly. So, sign. Is going to be 2 chains and 6 logs. Okay, so we need the logs and we need iron chain. So we need 3, so we need 3 and 6. We need more than that, dummy. So we need 6 of those. Apparently these need to be stripped. And I am going to put all of this back before I do something foolish like spend more. Didn't need all those chains. I'm an idiot. So what I'm going to do to test the minecart That's the one we want. It can't launch. Why can it not launch? There it is. So I pinched it off right there so that that couldn't complete the redstone circuit. And why? What ended up in the furnace? Interesting. It's already gone through whatever it is. I dropped something in there apparently. Or the zombie did. I dropped some stone in there apparently. Which this will do an admirable job of. So all we have to do now is finish filling this up with the coal that I have. Gonna put the sign back in there. So those are the excesses. Do I still have my water source? I do. So this can all get filled in now. Although I am going to do one more test before I seal it completely. Okay, can't put a block there. No, it's there. All right, so the redstone's all encased. Actually, yeah, we'll do that because I'm going to need all this stone. I'm just going to grab 2 stacks of cobble and run those through. Absolutely. Which reminds me. Numpty count is now 1. Well, we'll make it 2 for forgetting to get kelp. That all seems to be working. This is doing its thing. And we're getting stone out of it. So, super smelter is a go. Just so that we've got a nice even wall there. And then I'm just going to encase the rest of it in dirt like it's just part of this, and then we're good to go. Sun's going down. But yeah, that's way more handy because basically our base is right here. We come over, we smelt shit, and off we go. Definitely. I may later regret, sealing this in the side of the hill, but whoops. So before we go any further, I'm going to take this and turn it into smooth stone. Seems to be working. Paper smelter complete. So if I basically had the hoppers full last time, so they should all be half full because there's double the number. So one of the first things I'm going to have to do is, I'm not going to do this on camera, is cut down that forest again and turn all that into charcoal again. But yeah, super smelter complete. We're going to go repair our tools. Well, I'm going to leave you watching the creepers and everything, all the mobs show up while I run to the washroom. So I'm just going to kill my camera and my mic, and I will be right back. So as you can see, it's okay spawn rates. It's not as good as a big system, but for basically where I'm at in the game, it's more than adequate. Don't need those. Yeah, absolutely. It's gotten me, and just like that, we're repaired. It was so much faster than fishing. No, we'll take that back. I'm basically leaving the bones behind for right now. Just gonna kill everything. No, kill everything. Sleep. No, what did I miss? Just so that I arrive back at the base in the daylight. We will do that and that. Get rid of that. So I think what we're going to do is go to the nether to that the fortress that we found and see if we can get some wither skeleton skulls. No, I'm not gonna cook those. I've got plenty of food. God damn it, I did it again. Okay, so basically what we're going to want to do. So the wither, see if I can find it. So the wither is spawned, so you manually have to craft him to spawn him. But it's 4 soul sand and 3 wither skeleton skulls. You get the wither skeleton skulls from fighting the wither skeletons in the fortress. It's not a guaranteed drop. I've got looting on my sword, so that helps, but I'll probably have to kill a dozen or more in order to get the 3 of them. On death, they drop a nether star and 50 XP. The nether star is an item dropped by the wither. It's used to craft a beacon. So if possible, I'd like to get 2. So the reason for the beacon is a beacon is, so you take the nether star, it's glass and obsidian, that creates your beacon. So when activated, beacon blocks provide 2 unique functions. It's a landmark beam so you can see your base, and powers which give you status effects within a certain range. So they have to have an unobstructed view of the sky, blah, 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 blah. So haste is ultimately what you want, or what I want. Haste and regeneration would be nice, but haste basically haste increases attack speed by 10%, but it increases your mining speed by 20%. And I'm about to dig out a very large area to make my storage system. So I want the beacon, preferably 2 of them, for exactly that. Now, in order to get that, you have to, this is ultimately what you have to build. This is a ridiculous one. So that's, let's see what other, in order to get the full effects, this is what you have to do. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 9, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 7. So, and these are blocks, and you don't have to do it at a diamond. You can do it with iron, gold, etc. I've got an iron farm, so I'm going to build it out of gold. But so it's 81 for the bottom level. So I need 164 blocks in order to build it. And then, so that means times 9 is 1,476 ingots. Divided by 9 is 164 stacks. No, that's not right. 164 times 9 divided by 64, 24 stacks. So I need 2 plus 36. Oh, shit. Sorry. No, I did not. Numpty. What did I say? 36. So if so 64 plus 64 plus 36, I just want to check my math. 164. Yep. So that should be enough to make the beacon. I've got glass and I've got obsidian, so we can make at least one beacon. The cool part about this is, like, for not that much more resources, I don't think it shows the... And then you have to activate the effect, depending on what you put in, I do believe. But if you increase the size of this, you can do a 4x4. 6x6 is outrageous, but 4x4 is not that much more expensive, because it's just, you're just increasing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's just 10. So 10 by 10, 8 by 8, yada, yada, yada. So in that case, it'd be 216. So it's an extra 52 blocks, which is not that much. But it also means getting 12 wither skeleton skulls. And the withers are a bastard to fight, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking 2 blocks of dirt with me. Don't need the poppy. And I'm not going to need my elytra. I'm going to bring it with me, but I'm not going to wear it. I'm going to have that on me. And I'm going to get my happy dudes to sort some more gunpowder, because I can. Whoops. And of course, you guys missed all that. I went up to the my copper golems, gave them the gunpowder that I had on me, checked the farm that was there, gave them the paper as well, just so that they could store that for us while we're gone. So before I had the Elytra and I built this, this was the way up and down. So it is way the frig up there in the sky on purpose, but it's gotten there with ladders, but now I can fly there, so. Oh, that dried ghast, we can now make a happy ghast. I have to do a bit of reading on it. But I think, soak them in water. and that gives us the happy ghast. So wither skeletons are greater than 2 blocks tall, like Enderman. So basically what you do is you make a curtain, 2 blocks by 2 blocks, so that you can retreat and fight them in safety, relative safety. And I meant to set up a rail network in here. Just haven't gotten there yet. Oh, this is to the blaze spawner. Didn't expect to run into them right off the hop. So what we're going to do is curtain this area off. So we've gotten coal so far. There's 2 more over there. So it is a low drop chance. But these guys make, if you build, hey, what's going on? Do a flip into the lava. Not a chance, man. Anyway, if you make a farm, like this would be a good area because there's two of these intersections close by each other, one here, one here. So this is where they spawn in and around. There's a bounding box, but you build the farm here and it's almost unlimited coal. How's it going tonight, Tristan? Come on, you bastard. Still nothing. Nice. Hey, good. Kate was here earlier, but doing good overall. We got our power back finally. So power went out at 8 a.m. yesterday, and we got it back at... see if I can coax that guy in. I'm going to pull back over here. That was mine. Very elegant building. And we wait. Oh, that sounds really good, Thorn. Yeah, we had barbecued butterflied pork chops, some quinoa, and broccoli. So nothing very fancy, but it was very tasty. Oh my God, it was like 30 hours, you know, ish. 29 hours, I think, officially without power. And the internet went out. I don't remember. We had it like when I hooked the generator up finally. Not that you can see where I'm pointing, but you know what what just set me on fire? That's what did. Nice. That sounds really good. Wonder if we have to be a little further away for them to spawn. There we go. Yeah, we had to be slightly further away. All right, so with that in mind, it's not very durable material, but got one. Come on, sucker. Yeah, no worries, bud. Well, it's more for blast protection. Like cobble is resistant to blast. Nether bricks are resistant to blast. These are not. So if we get another ghast show up and spot me and shoots at this, it'll wreck it, is basically what it comes down to. But it's easy and cheap. So we got one, we need two more. just so I stop bumping my head. I think that's one. Two. One more. And I'm just going to close that off so that nothing sees me from that side. Yes, I am pointing the right. No, I'm pointing the wrong way. That side. Have to reverse. Okay, right there. I don't see any, but we'll go see if we got some blaze rods. Nope. This is why a farm makes so much more sense. Very slow spawn rates. What I'm going to do is see if I can get a little further away. I think my exit is here. Yes. All right, so we're good. It might be a mob cap thing as well. There might be too many other mobs in the area. There's some up there. Shit, fuck. Fuck. Come on. Got it. All right, we are out of here. The wrong way. Went the wrong way. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Went the wrong way. Fuck. I got turned around completely. You and me both, man. So this is the other material that we need. So 4 soul sand, 3 skulls, and now we're gonna go back to the base. I'm gonna use the washroom again. And then we're going to the end. So we're gonna kill him underneath the end portal. And the reason we're going back to base is I don't remember which bed I slept in last, and I want to sleep in my own bed so that when we teleport home, it's the correct one. Hit me in the air where I'm safe. I think so as well, which is why I want to go back back to home base. I know I've gotten those before and I don't remember where I stored them. We're going to put the Happy Gast in here for now. Remind me where it is later. That thing is full. All right. Yeah, it's time for us to build a storage system. All right. Quick run to the washroom. Just going to reset my spawn point, and I will be right back. All right, so we also need obsidian. I'm going to take the lot with me because I think it's only 4 that I need, but... So this is the stairwell I carved getting back out of here. What I did is I moved the waypoint to the entrance so it was easier to find. So we want full armor for this. And you can see all the cobblestone that I've left in the area. So what we're doing is we're mining down underneath here. So this is the center point of this area. So it's, I don't think there's any more. No. So 1, 2, third one, 1, 2, third one, 1, 2, third one, yada, yada, yada. So basically what we need to do is go down one more. So you can see, I'm just going to mine the rest of this out so you can see it. So this is the pattern from above, but really what we're concerned about is this bottom bit. So when we spawn the wither in, what we're basically doing here is his tail needs to go there, and this is sort of the pattern that we're going to use to spawn him. So we do him on his side because he will pivot straight up and end up embedded in the ceiling. So we put on our soul sand. We are also going to make, just in case we aggro, a couple of these guys. This way, if we aggro one of them by accident when he does his explosion animation, we can fight them off safely and then go in and finish off the wither. So he is embedded in the ceiling. He does an explosion animation. When his bar goes full, he explodes. And there's the nether star. Oops. I'm just going to fill this back in. So we've got this chamber ready for any time we get more nether stars. And then to go home, we just jump in. And we're back in our bed. So we needed glass and obsidian, and I think we still have enough. So we have the beacon. I'm going to have to go get more obsidian. We grab all of those. And what I'm thinking is we are going to build our storage system under here. Or do we want to build it under here? Yeah, no, let's build it under here. I think. I don't... So I just want to see what Y level we're on. No, I'm going to build it under here, but we're going to have to go down, I think. We're on Y120, and this goes down 4, so we want to be down around 110. So beacon needs to see sky. keep running into my water bottle with my mouse. Have to pillar back up later. No, that's a raid. Awesome. I think that's netherite. I've got emeralds. All right. So Yeah, we got a raid going on, so... What we're going to do is go to the nether real quick, because that should cause them to despawn. I'm not staying. But that's what we're going to do. I'm going to store this. Keep that. Keep that. Because I don't want to deal with them right now. Yeah. He ended up in the overworld. All right, let's see if that got rid of them. Actually, what I'm going to do as well, because I don't like having to deal with those arseholes when I come back. There he is. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. And there's the beacon. What I'm probably going to do is put a water source down there. I just forgot to bring it with me this time. Case 2. There we go. That's why I wanted haste. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go 6 initially. I have no idea how big an area I'm going to need, so I'm just kind of playing this one by ear. I'm going to need to go get some chests. That's the other thing I forgot. And I need to keep an eye on my my tool durability. Yeah, break. Well, that fixed a little bit of the durability on the on my main on that pick. What are we at here? 1228. I'm not going to go below 500 because it just takes too long to bring it back. And water. Yeah, I forgot to light it up down here. Yeah. I don't even have any torches with me. Not very bright. Don't think I have any torches in my ender chest. I can make them. Let's see if this lights it up enough. put this kind of stuff in here for now. Yeah, that fixed a lot of the durability. So basically, I'm just clearing this out 7 tall by the dimensions that we've laid out here. Because that's as high as I can dig without standing on something. And then we're gonna probably gonna, this is probably a fool's errand, filling this back in, but I want it to be relatively uniform before, and then we'll figure out how big this needs to be. Well, and yeah. I'm trying to minimize how much I'm looking up. So I'm just basically locking my head. So I don't know if this is big enough. I think well, let's lay it out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a max. Or can, no, we need to. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yes, exactly. So this is going to be my bulk storage. And then we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yes, we can round the corner. I'm gonna I think I gotta skip 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or do I have to skip? No. Yeah, I need to make this room bigger. At least that away. This is eventually going to get hollowed out for redstone. But just for right now, just for spawning stuff. I'm not going to do anything with it just yet. No, we only skip one. God damn it. And I am just... Uh-oh, where am I? Oh, I think that's perfect. I'm probably going to put my bulk storage there because that is my cobble farm. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So decoration and all that shit to come later. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 banks. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 times 8, I believe. 12 times 9 times 8. 12 times 9 is 108 chests per bank times 8. We need 864 chests. We're going to have to come back for that. So 864, and we've got 8 times 9. 864. 8 times 9. We've got 72 so far. plus another 42. 72 plus 42. We've got 114. We need 750 chests. I better get growing some bamboo. So this is probably a decent stopping point for tonight because I need to gather resources in a massive way. But cobblestone right here because it's right under my cobble farm. So I will just set up some hoppers and just, I won't even need redstone for that. That was very lucky. So with that in mind, we've got 2 cobble. We're going to need probably 2 for stone. I'm just trying to clean this up a little bit, Thorn. I'm not gone just yet. And like I said, these will be bulk, bulk storage. And then we're going to need probably 2 dirt. So that is a lot of our bulk storage. So I'm going to throw the chests right in here. Where did I put them? Did I store them by accident? Yep. So we need 750. So see if I can do this without smoking myself on the ceiling because I don't know if I can jump and rocket out of water. No. All right. I'm going to call this a night because I got a lot of bamboo to grow and I don't have an automatic farm. So I think what I might do is actually replant. Yeah, right. Replant my, nah, I'll just do it manually. but we're going to need something to collect all of that in. So, what did I say, 750? 750 divided by 64. So I need 12 stacks of chests. So I only need a single chest. Waste of rockets. All right, now I'm going to log off. We'll put the chest right kind of in the middle. So I'm going to log off. I'm going to go repair my pick, but you can see the benefit of a haste 2 beacon. It really, truly speeds up what it is that you need to do. I got a bunch of spider eyes now, which is awesome. And we've got some iron. Like I said, I'm going to wait for at least 2 stacks before I do anything. But yeah, with that, I'm out. I will be back tomorrow, assuming that, you know, the end of the world doesn't happen again and we don't lose power. But we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to basically, through the day, I'm going to farm everything, get all the chests made, probably get all the chests in place. But we'll do the redstone and all the rest of it tomorrow on stream. And with that, I'm out. I will catch you all tomorrow. Yeah, you all take care, everybody.